G'day everyone, back with some more Digimon World 2. Last time we were just polishing off a bit of grinding, as well as making some minor story progression. And we were just about to hit the drive domain and try to capture a Digimon. Which we can find on floors 7, 8, and 9 in Leomon parties. Now, this can be a bit of a thing to actually get in a capturable state, because these mobs have a habit of spawning on floors that are very tight, to where as soon as you enter you're going to get into the fight and not give you room to send a gift. But hence why, as you can see over here, it requires a C level gift and a D level gift to give them a small heart. Or you can do what we're going to do. And use the toy boat, which is a B rank gift. While we're here and we have the money, I'm going to go ahead and upgrade our Digib tool just a tad, namely Mind Sweep. So level 3 should be good for now. Bug Nest is, the Bug Sweep rather, is significantly more expensive, but they're at the same tier right now, so that's fine for the moment. Apologies, forgot to switch screen back. Let's see what we get to. So we have two things we need to do before clearing the next boss. The first is we need Megadramon to hit not just level 26, but to have 680 or less experience left before hitting 27. And that is because if you go back to Drive Domain here, the boss gives exactly 680 experience, meaning Megadramon will cap out when we clear said boss. So that's going to be our goal, and it's going to be a bit, but at the same time, It could take a few trips to actually get Garurumon to shower out. So it is what it is. And as for what else we're going to be doing, I suppose, well, we're going to keep. Let me think just a moment. Okay, I have it. I have it now. We will stick with Yanmamon for just a bit until his MP gets low. Then we're going to swap him out for Bakemon. And then the reason for let's go ahead and save state before entering. The reason for having Yanmamon first is purely because this domain is vaccine type, meaning Yanmamon will get type advantage, whereas Bake will not. So I figure we'll get some initially easier. Well, that's no good. Oh, never mind. Now we do have a bug zap of some sort, don't we? Ah, yeah, EP bug zap. Just level 1. But we do have it. Ah. Now this isn't really worth fighting at the moment. It's just not very much experience for the time it'll take. This should be better. Level 3 rock trap. Boulder trap, rather. Ah. Remember, you can save state before stepping on a mine that. Really now? Before stepping on a forced mine. Now, those are some fights. If I would have moved diagonally there, I could have went ahead and fought both of them. And we will fight both of them. We do need to train our penguin up, after all. Probably guard with him for now. He's still only level 4. He's still just a boy. So it could be a bit sketch if too many of them target him in one turn. See, he just about takes as much damage as the other two, even guarding. Hope this isn't a mistake. I think Yanmamon can polish him off. Yes. Nice try, lad. That's less than I would have liked. They should be able to finish off Ikokumon. And then we'll take Gururumon. So the funny thing about Gururumon is, notice how he appears here, and you'll see Garurumon later, where he's again lighter fair and brighter blue. But he also has a double tail tip, as well as extra little feathers on his shoulder blades. See, as you see, Gururumon has none of those. He just, more or less, just basic little wolf boy. Interestingly enough, after Digimon World 3, which also has Gururumon as a card, if nothing else, in newer games, he actually looks identical to Gururumon, except for the color difference. So they actually made him look even more like a palette swap than he originally did. So they made his design lazier for some reason in newer media. For some, just I don't get it, but it's what they did. The palette swaps were initially something they did in Digimon World 1 purely because there was a limit to how many models they could get stored into the game and such. So to extra flesh out the world, they did some little palette swaps which take up much less space than making a completely new 3D model to put into the game to populate the world. But I feel like it also helps because it adds some flavor to the world. And here's a Muchamon's a penguin that grew up in like a hot area instead of the cold, so he adjusted differently. So of course they would look a bit different. It's like, oh, there's a little more to it than just they were lazy, so they palette swapped. I keep meaning to move diagonally, but it ain't taken. I guess him first. 40 isn't bad. 48's even better. Pengu, you let us down. It's pretty substantial though, being counter-typed and all. Wasn't enough anyway. Honestly, probably should have had Yanmamon attack Greymon, since Pengu will probably go after Greymon, so we don't take another Mega Flame, but it is what it is. It is what it is. I'd hoped Yamamon would have stuck around a little bit longer, but he's so squishy. Yeah. It also goes to show how quickly you can run out of HP and MP when they're not getting levels every 3 fights or so. Of course, this is only what, our second fight. That's right. Sit down, lad. You've had enough. Why didn't I defend with Digimon? That was silly of me. Just sort of autopiloted there. Okay, let's switch in Bakemon, who actually will level. He has more HP than Yamamon and 10 points more defense, so maybe the type disadvantage won't hurt him too bad. Maybe. So remember, our goal is floors 7, 8, and 9. However, 9 is the boss floor. So was very nice. And I can already tell you, with the way it's laid out, you're not going to have a chance to capture it. Why are you getting so low? You're not going to get a chance to send a gift at any of the Leomon mobs on the boss floor, unfortunately. So basically, you have floor 7 and 8, which means I definitely recommend save stating, provided we even get that far. Without having to leave and heal. Okay, he's confused. So let's just see if it actually works for us, or if he immediately breaks out. Hey, it worked. That's nice. I was debating seeing if he would kill himself, but if he breaks out, oh, see, Bakuman's pretty good. You can get those consistent confuses off. Okay, that wasn't going to be enough to kill him after all. Luckily, there's that. Okay, you can rest, lad. These two will level after this, so probably should have spent an extra turn guarding, or even more than one. Either way, if he didn't break out of confusion, he would have killed himself in 2 turns anyway. So it is what it is. Now, as you see, we learned yet another adult level attack. Incidentally, this is the order that they'll appear in your technique list. So the ones at the top will appear at the top. They'll be separated into categories. So in our regular attacks, we'll have Evil Charm at the top, and then Fire Blast below it. So single target and then AoE. And then Thunder Javelin will be counter. And then Electric Shock will be in normal under Fire Blast. And then Friendly Fire will be under that. Or, oh, he's confusing a lot more consistently than I recall that attack being. Of course, he immediately broke out of it, but there was an attempt. Not quite enough. It was necromagic on Megadramon when you need it. You were really fast last turn, Barkelon. Why couldn't you have acted before him this time? Cheeky. We'll beat on Gururumon until Ikakumon breaks out of confusion. Or misses. That's what you get for missing, lad. It's impressive the logistics of firing a rocket out of your horn and somehow hitting yourself with it. Truly wondrous. Ah, yay to see it. Still alive. Oh well, gives. I've no idea if Pokemon's going to level after this. He should, but just in case, we'll use the lower MP cost attack. He did indeed. So, with that awkward place where it would take 3 fights to level Megadramon, at least of the fights we've been doing. But Penguinmon needs 3 fights to evolve. There we go. Necromagic. Need that on Megadramon. Hmm. I'm not going to do this fight. I'm going to try and wait until we can get a couple of the Frigimon fights that are worth like 190 so EXP. So if we do two of those, Megadramon will level. Um, and then we'll try to capture Garurumon. Then we'll evolve Pengu to Ikoku. And let me check. Should be starting in floor. Okay, so the Greymon, Kabuterimon, Siburdramon fight will give us 193. And the Dolphmon, Frigimon, well, either Frigimon fight or a Greymon that has Kabuterimon. So just two of any of those will work. So that's what we'll aim for. Let's go ahead and save state. Although, since we don't need a specific... Hey, there's one. Ah, there's both of them. So these will get Megadramon to level 26. Here comes the fun part of trying to kill Kabuterimon. See, the issue is he has an interrupt, which means confusion won't really help against him, most likely. Unless it tricks him into using Petite Thunder, which would be funny. Guess we'll find out. Unless he just breaks out immediately, which isn't out of the question. But we're going to pretend that confusion's actually going to work on him and I'll target Greymon. Okay, no interrupt. That's a good sign. Oh, you beauty. Yeah, I don't remember Death Charm being this consistent with the confusion. Well, at least Greymon's pulling his own weight. He's always a team player, that one. Oh. Right back to the interrupts. I figured. Watch him kill Carpeterium. Yep. I had a feeling. I'm not sure this will be enough. But I'm going to attempt to guard. Ah. It actually didn't confuse that time, but that's funny. Good guy Greymon. Killing two of the enemy team, including himself. For us. Oh, you've gone and done it now. That might be all she wrote. Close. Could you imagine if confusion could work on bosses? How bonkers that would be. Alright, step right up. Come on in, lad. I wish you wouldn't. Let's see if we can't get Greymon to turn traitor again. Well, it is what it is. Round two, lad. Okay, okay. Kind of have to now. I've put myself into a bit of a hole. Banging on him, not breaking out of confusion again. Probably a bit too risky, but sometimes you gotta live a little. This is awkward. Luckily, we're leveling after this, so you know what? Somebody's killing somebody. Okay, he's laying himself out. That works for me. Ah, isn't that beautiful? Triple level ups. You love to see it. Now, we have to get this down to 680 or lower before we actually kill the next boss. So, that's going to take some doing. We also can't really grind anymore this run through because Penguinmon is about to evolve. Oh. I don't think there'll be another room in the bottom right. most likely. Which means it has to be over here. Probably. Probably. Bit bug zap. If only they were return bug zaps. That's the real prize. So remember, we have to get to floor 7 and 8 to specifically have a shot at capturing Garurumon. Let's fix. Incidentally, this floor is. I'm pretty sure this floor is always the same. Here's floor 7. This would have been a great room to have encountered Leomon, but unfortunately, no such luck. But we have next floor as well, if this one doesn't work out. Ah, there we are. I wish we could actually do this fight, but oi. Oi. It's like, hey, how about I help you out? It's like, I don't want that kind of generosity. Thank you very much. Oi. Now you listen here. So in the it's Vidramon, Leomon, Garurumon. I'm pretty sure is the lineup. As I've mentioned before, Leomon has a very dangerous counter move, which means we have to, just like with Rarimon, we whittle him down with interrupts, while the other two take on Vidramon. Also, Vidramon's attack does extra damage to someone waiting to counter. So that's fun. Certain attacks are like that, where they will so that attack probably would have done about 70, over 70 damage in the crackback from, well, there is the awkward bit here of Digimon could attack Leomon and trigger the counter. That would have been very bad. Luckily, he's really, really stupid. Just not a single thought in that head. Okay. Also, notice Garurumon's appearance, and you can clearly see how different he looks to Garurumon. You can see the feathers. You can't really see the double-tipped tail, but he has that as well. And more blue in the fare. The fare is very wide, and then the blue itself is a more robust, brighter blue than the sort of dingy, darker blue that Gurumon is stuck with. We just take the crack back here, I say. Not on Penguinmon, though, because it might actually knock him out, right? Ah, why did that do less damage than the interrupt? I'm confusion. But you see, it does. It does basically 1.5 times whatever damage he took to whoever damaged him, which is delightful, truly. I'm just going to guard with you. It'd be quite frustrating to miss out on getting him to level 11. At this point, because we'd have to go do one fight and then leave again. Okay, make sure to save state. You can see the double tail there. Oh, you've got to be joking me. Tankmon. I forgot to take Tankmon out. Oh well. It's fine. We were going to have to make another run anyway to... Well, now we need to buy 2 CD players. Or rather, cell phones. I'll take the truck too, just in case. While we're here, we'll go ahead and evolve Penguinmon. I'm not too upset about it because we were going to have to do more grinding anyway. Because we have to get Megadramon to 680 left. And generally, once I finish the grinding, I'll leave so everyone's full. And then we go to the boss run where we just skip all fights. So we weren't going to be able to just immediately go to the boss next time anyway. Which is why I'm less annoyed than the last time this happened. But remember, kids, make sure you've got room in your Digibeetle. That's one of those cases where I had in my head to move Tankmon out at the end of the last stream, but then I forgot to do it after I ended stream. Or rather, it was so fresh in my head I thought I did do it. Yeah. Welcome, Ikokumon. Just 5 more fights and this lad gets to evolve too. And that will be extremely useful. Okay. To actually have double cell phone, toy truck, Don't need the pass fix or the antifreeze. Don't need these bug zaps either. In fact, I'm going to sell them and grab the only kind of bug zapper that's truly important, and that is the return bug zaps. Just grab a couple. That way we can at least check bug nests, because occasionally you will encounter situations where you're forced to go over them. And that'll at least allows us to check whether it's a return bug nest or not before doing so. Well, you know the drill. Floor 7 again. I think we're going to forgo any fights until we get to the higher floors as well, just to speed up getting Mega Dramon's required experience. You beauty. Like, these obviously aren't worth doing. Hopefully this isn't a dead end. Ah, life is often disappointing. Let's see. Neither of those are return bug nests. I guess it is in the donut room. The mini donut room, right? As it were. The half donut, that's what it is. Or the crescent moon room. There we go. That's what it is. Okay. We'll learn our shapes eventually. Return to kindergarten. All of it will be worth it though, as we have our shiny metal Mamemon. Wait, no, never mind. That this is for Holy Angemon. That's yeah. Metal Mamemon is the next trade, which is actually the last trade center Digimon that we make use of in this particular route. Isn't that lovely? Ah, okay. Pardon? We need some. We do need some fights. So what on earth? Oh, of course it would be on the water floor. He's not going to leave there. It's just him that's powered up, so I'm not too fussed about it. Ikokumon's juiced up as well, so we're even. Ouch. Ooh. The pain, boss. The pain. That's interesting. Since he didn't act. Okay, so if they don't act, that can mean they were going to use a counter attack. Um, and they got confused. So they, for whatever reason, if you're confused and you attempt to use a counter attack, it will just skip your action. Or an assist. So he was probably going to heal even though they were all three at full health, which meant that the AI basically cheated and read what my inputs were and what the turn was going to be, and that someone would be injured. So cheeky. It's probably fine. Let's turn your wicked water powers to our side, shall we? Signor Yukidarumon. Now that's interesting. Why is he skipping his turn? I guess it's just bugged. This fight's bugged out, period. In that regard. I don't know why I split the attacks there. And she didn't get confused. Never lucky. Not even once. Oh, you rascal. Notice how it still did more damage this time? Because he hadn't had an action in between. It kept skipping his turn. So it still considered it consecutive because there wasn't a different action in between other than the skip. And the skip was an inaction, so figure that out. Eh? This will probably do it. Maybe. Maybe not. 25 now. You're getting buff. Not quite. Oh, come on. That's just cruel. Why are you so... Well, it makes sense for her to be fast. Why some others are pretty fast? Search me. Hey, just 1,300 more experience for, and we'll be ready to do the boss. So let me actually check. We can go over here and pull up the skills section. So Ikakumon's attack is 25 power for 10 MP. What does 20 power? Okay, that's what I thought. So Ikakumon's attack is, let's see. Yeah, so Mega Flame, Greymon's attack is the strongest, well, it's tied for the strongest single target adult level attack. And here you can see Vegemon's attack is normally weaker than regular regular blah, 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 attack. However, if it hits a foe that's trying to counter attack, it gets a 50% boost to its attack potency. So instead of 22.5, it becomes 33.75 AP. So again, certain attacks have an advantage like that, and some can't be interrupted, or like one or two can't be interrupted. Things like that. So basically, Ikakumon's move is decent damage wise. Whereas Woodmon's branch drain is helpful for healing, for some slight sustain, despite being 20% weaker. Oh no. All three of those get boosted by the floor. That's such good experience, but I don't want to do that fight on that floor. The animations, they're great, aren't they? Ha! Nice try, nerd. Why was he going to hit first? Doesn't make any sense. He's a snowman. He's not supposed to be fast. I've never had a Yuki Darimon that was fast. You make me sad. We'll do it this way, just to make sure Pitamon gets dropped. Okay, it was unnecessary. Ah. Could somebody hit somebody? This should actually be boosted on this floor quite a bit, because he's both darkness and the attack is darkness. So that's fun. Yeah, I like the concept of the specialty floors quite a bit. Um, I wouldn't have been fussed if they could have figured out a way to do even more with them. But it's a shame this game didn't do as well as World 1 or World 3 did. So they've never thought to go back to this particular formula. What, you don't like Miyazaki's Poison Swamps? This could be annoying. Okay, we take those. So the only fight left on this floor is a big no-no. Now we're going to save state before going into floor 7 because we need a layout. We need to shoot more than one gift now. And this is an awkward floor to do. Wait. Oh, you beauty. Okay. Double cell phone did the trick. I don't know why I thought it would take more. Yeah, sure. I don't know if you were here earlier, but we were going to capture Garurumon earlier, but I had forgotten to take Tankmon out of the Digibeetle, so we were out of room. Believe it or not, there's an item in this game. They actually realized how big of a bugaboo that kind of occurrence would be. So they actually made an item in the game called the DM transfer that gets attached to your Digibeetle, which will automatically transfer Digimon from that you capture to the server if the Digibeetle's full. So you're good on space then, but you don't get it until pretty much the end of the game. Isn't that isn't that wonderful? I can't hit anything today. What's up? The funny thing is, if Vidramon hits Leomon, he's going to do extra damage. Where's the counter going to go, I wonder? It should work like friendly fire, which means he would attack one of us, which is why this is kind of a bad thing. He's still alive. That is 1 HP. Oh, of course. I believe this is what one might refer to as one of those days. You know the ones. Keep missing. We bugger up capturing our first Garurumon and have to do it again. Luckily, I was going to have to take multiple trips into the... As I was saying earlier, because we have to get Megadramon to a specific amount of experience remaining. I'm just going to guard with them. Because I have to get Megadramon to 680 or less experience remaining before actually doing the boss, we were going to have to take an extra trip anyway to grind some. Okay, we did not go 0 for 3 on the interrupts. I repeat, we did not go 0 for 3 on the interrupts. By gum, we might just do it. Just gonna let you fire blast. We want Leomon dead before we do anything else. I ain't risking nothing. Foxfire. See, Foxfire. Why change Foxfire to Howling Blaster? That's just stupid. That's what it is. It's stupid. Okay. What's this take a while now? Okay. Welcome to the party. You're not going to be here long. Don't you worry your pretty head about that. Oh no. Dolphmon needs to go with the quickness. Clearly guarded. So we might be able to take him down before he makes us weaker. Maybe not. I don't know why I'm interrupting again. Oh, they changed the art styles in this one? What little I've seen of 1 and 2 seem pretty nice. So I'm curious how it looks now. Well, this is awkward. You know what? I'm not going to risk it. I'm going to use an HP driver 1. Can we go for the 3 for? We can indeed. Well, at least he didn't attack us. Why do you still live? Sir, if he broke through confusion, I would have interrupted him. That's essentially is what was going on there. I'm not sure the Fire Blast is going to be enough. Ah, of course. I'm not sure the Fire Blast is going to be enough to finish Tortomon off, because he's slightly tanky. It's not too much longer we'll be getting to a boss fight that has Tortomon in it. And he's a very cheeky lad. Okay, both of those leveled up. That's good. Not too much further to getting to 680. Like 3 more of these fights will do us. Wait. What level's Pokemon? 18? Wow. Let me do some maths right quick. Let's see. 1302 minus 680 would be 622. So to get 622, let me just double check how much experience these buggers give. To get 622, this is drive domain, correct? Okay. So which... Okay, that's the Gatomon and Pitamon, and then Leomon, Vegemon, and Garudurumon. So that would be 195 plus 237. So that's 432. And we needed 432. Okay, these 2 fights, and then even one more um, Gato, Pito, Yukidarumon should be enough. If my head maths is correct. If I swear these lads are blind. He's missed so many times today. Not certain that's going to be enough, but I'm going to hope. It was indeed. I think if anything else, we're reiterating the importance of actually purchasing MP healing items. Once you get to the perfect level. Because those attack costs really start to rise. You know what? Let's just let it ride. Let's do it again. I'm curious if she'll ever act. Do I hear 3? Oh. So she has to cure her confusion. So that's, I believe, twice we've witnessed that where Yuki Daramon was the same way. I wonder if, with him, I wonder if it's because the way his attacks scales up, and maybe there's something in the spaghetti card that goes pear-shaped when confusion is introduced. But I don't recall her attack having some sort of extra component to it. No, it doesn't have any spatial effects. Okay, let's try the interrupt strategy once again, shall we? Do you think we'll get 2 misses from Megadramon this time? The anticipation is something else. 3. Why must you cause me damage? Hey, the reverse jinx? Could it be? There's a big difference between 11 damage and 73. Just to really reiterate, uh, actually, we probably should just kill this lad. Because if we confuse Garurumon too, both of them are able to attack and trigger the counter. And that would be very not good for us, because we'd start taking more damage. I, this is more how this fight's supposed to play out. When you don't miss. Let's go and get started on Garurumon. Why are you so fast? I appreciate the assist. You may rest now. Okay, he should just be chip damage from now on. Then we're going to Fire Blast. Yatta! Yeah, so 870, we need to get to 680 or below. So 190 will do it. Glad my head maths weren't so budgery. Megatramon. So it's understandable that he's so constantly injured. I'm almost tempted to, you know what? I th- Let me 17, 18. Yeah, I'm going to swap Hitomon in for Pokemon just so I can heal Megadramon immediately in the next fight. On second thought, maybe I won't because we kind of want the confusion. I just hate to waste a HP driver too. Those aren't exactly cheap at this point in the game. Good, good. That just means it's working. All it takes is Frigimon hitting him again and Dolphmon breaking out of confusion and hitting him, and he'll be knocked out. So, begrudgingly, I am in fact going to have to heal. Okay, he did not break out of confusion. That's a good lad. And he even hit himself. Yeah, he's going to keep. You know, it also might have helped if I actually swapped the order to where Megadramon was not the leader, the lead off, because that actually does affect things, even though sometimes it might seem like it doesn't. Generally, the one on the far left, you see the names on the bottom of the screen, and you see it goes from left to right on targeting priority, allegedly. Hit Frigimon. Ah, boy. That's a good lad. You can bugger off now. Your usefulness is at an end. Hopefully Pokemon won't do something really silly like miss. He didn't. He's a good lad. He's a good egg, that ghost. Okay, we can just lay back and tonight dine on turtle soup. Oh, confusion too. You spoil me. What's the thought that counts? That looks like it's below 680 to me, doesn't it you? It's been 84 years. We can exit now. Trade this annoyance of a Garurumon away. For Holy Angemon. So this Holy Angemon comes with arguably honestly the best healing skill in the game. HP recovery is what they, for some reason, have localized it to. But it's a AoE 150 HP heal for just 24 MP. That is an actual steal. It is obscenely cheap MP cost wise for what it does for being an AoE heal. And his bonus technique is Magical Tail, which is Piccolomon's attack, which is it's a medium tier, perfect level single target attack that is also relatively cheap on MP for it's the same cost as Giga Destroyer was. So yeah, we'll be making lots of use of Holy Angemon and his heal. At the moment, I'm debating on what I want. to fight this next boss with. Probably this lineup. That is not where I wanted to go. Where did I want to go? Up here. I just. Well, I turned the right way, at least. See, here's the issue. HP Disc 1 is about the best you can get right now. We'll go ahead and buy some, as well as some more. Don't need the toy truck. Okie dokie. Let's clear our first domain of the day, shall we? It won't be too much longer. Things are going to really smooth out for us. All this prep work's really going to start paying off. That is a trap full room. Holy cow. Look at all the yellow. Curious. That is a memory bug. I definitely value a mag missile too over a memory bug. And we are going to clear the boss, so I don't feel bad about using a missile there. Possibly having to use a second one's a bit annoying though. Usually you don't. Usually it's one. So this is a pretty unlucky room spawn for us. Never lucky. Wait. No, no. We were lucky after all. Okay. I like you, MechFix, but I'm sorry, it just isn't working out. What a flustercock of a room. Empty. Empty, empty. Like Greymon's head. Ah, got him. She's floor 3. Shouldn't you be the better Bergdermon mod? Tisk tisk. Ouch. Typical. Right after we threw away a mech fix, we start bumping into shite. And hurting ourselves. Ah, that's a good one. Oh no. What do I get rid of? Guess a HP disk. These flora patterns are always interesting little mini mazes. Uh, I quite like them for whatever reason. Just wait till get to later game dungeons and you see some truly hellacious floor patterns. Not even to speak of the post game dungeon. Well, dungeons plural in this one, but it's really just the one that has the cheeky floor designs. Don't want that anyway. EP bug zap. What a waste. What about you? You just have to stop and think just how big the shitty grin of the developer that came up with the idea of having chests in this game being capable of being empty had when he programmed in that little feature. Ah, it's fine. Yukidarumon. Really now? That's how it's going to be. As a reminder, this floor in this domain is always the same. I think. Well, as layout wise. I recall last time, but no, I think it's more that one of these floors is going to be this layout, or maybe it's just really, I don't know. In some domains, they'll guaranteed have a floor like this, which is a bit cheeky and completely worthless when it comes to catching things. I do like a toy truck, but it's not really helping us now. This is an easy one. Trade in a disc 1 for a disc 2. Max Driver. That's a good one. That's the best healing item in the game. Full HP and MP for the whole party. Welcome to the boss floor, finally. Yeah, there's this part. So you're forced to or roll over these. Okay, that's sweet. Luckily, that one can often be a flippable mine. That other one was a rank 4 mine, though. We're a long way away from being able to remove those. So yeah, we have to be a little careful there because they can very easily um, knock us over. And here's the boss. Airdrimon's attack, I believe, does more damage to Digimon that are trying to interrupt, which makes it really awkward because what if they interrupt it? Then it's worthless. So that's funny. So this fight can actually get slightly hairy just because Garudamon does so much damage. And we have two Virus type Digimon in the party, so I guess he's not interrupting this time, which means he's using Meteor Ring. The only reason we're not focusing him first is because he also takes a while to kill, so it's more efficient in the long run to take the ads off at first. and then hammer him down. Notice how we're not getting any confusions now that we're in a boss fight. Bosses are immune to confusion. Or supposed to be, at least. So basically, if some miracle happens and you do confuse one, just know that it was a bug. Sure, we can call it that if you like. I'll allow you to lie to yourself. Just this once. As a treat. The more he does meet your wing, the better, because it's his interrupt that does so much damage. In my routing run, I had to do this fight like 3 or 4 times because I kept getting so unbelievably unlucky in that he kept. Actually, come to think of it, do we have a HP drive? I guess we risk it. I kept getting so unbelievably unlucky with misses, and he kept spamming Wing Blaze. And they were all super close losses too, because he would have a sliver of health left, and then everyone would just drop. I'm going to start actually healing with Ikakumon with Bronze String. Even though it's less damage. By golly, I believe we got it. It's amazing how much smoother the fight works when you're not missing every round. Nitty is only the best of examples. And looky there, the vaunted triple level up. Exquisite. Those don't grow on trees anymore. But you know what that means. It's time to retire the boy. He's been with us so long. Look at that attack, triple digits. That's our first triple digit stat. That's not HP and MP, obviously. What a good lad. It's difficult to actually put in adequately explain how invaluable snatching him as soon as he's available is. He's an actual perfect level Digimon with perfect level stats that comes with an interrupt, so he can't even so he can even keep playing through confusion. And he's not. And again, emphasis on he comes with perfect level stats, so he's not super gimped like Metal Greymon is, where he's a glorified adult level who just gets carried by the boosted attack power from having perfect level attacks. Now, who's ready to DNA yet again? That's right, we're heading to device start. Actually, let me. I know I had an HP driver somewhere. And he's also really good because he opens up just an extremely convenient pairing of this. So he's able to, so you can get him off of trade for just a new Numemon, and if you'll recall, those are every bloody way, so they're not exactly difficult to come by. And Yanumon, you have to catch for story progression reasons, so you're guaranteed to have that. And you could combine them to make arguably the single most useful offensive Digimon in the game. Because naturally, you'll be able to, at minimum, match Megadramon's level, which is perfect level. And that is Okuamon. And Okuamon comes with Duo Scissor Arm, which is the best attack in the game overall, because it's AoE that lowers the enemy's defense. So, and if you hit them twice, then they're just going to permanently take double damage the rest of the fight. It is unbelievably strong. Now, technically, this one is going to go to level 31 and be able to evolve to Grand Kuwagamon. But he won't be able to learn Grand Kuwagamon's attack, which is fine because it's not. Um, it's not all that spectacular an attack. No, we'll do one better. So I hope y'all don't mind if I take the opportunity to play with me one for a bit. going to go ahead and give him a proper nickname since he's only got one more DNA left and he stays a buggy boy. Oi, oi. It's not stealing, it's homage. That's what they say, isn't it? Look at this little worm with 62 attack at level 1. Obscene. What even is this? What little trooper. But anyway, business is about to pick up for us now that we got that little lad. It's also going to pick up once we get Yukakumon to level 21, which will be after the next domain. Ditto for Bakemon. What did I just get rid of? Oh, Pidamon. Might as well keep him. Is there any others? Let me think. Are we going to catch something soon? Okay, I think we do two. We'll do. Blah, 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 blah. We don't catch anything next until 2 domains from now. And I'll go ahead and tell you that will be a Nisei Drumogemon. And he gets traded in for the Metal Mamemon that I've mentioned a few times, who's also a pretty decent trade. Has a decent, one of the few decent counterattacks, but also a fairly strong single target regular attack. So we're going to take. So I'm going to take me worm to BIOS domain next, and we're going to train him up to 10. We're actually going to hope to do this all in one go, as in get our training done and clear the domain. But we shall see if it works out that way. BIOS domain. So we're going to chain again. We're going to play with our womb till he gets to level 10. Uh, then we're going to swap him out for Holy Angemon. Ikakumon needs to hit 20, and Pitamon needs to hit 19. And then we'll swap Kunimon back in with those two and do the boss. And that should get Ikakumon to 21, Pitamon to 20, and Kunimon to 11 to evolve. That's the plan. Whether it works out like that, well, uh, we just need levels right now, so we don't need to be too picky about what fights we're taking. I haven't the far guess just how much damage they're going to do to these little buggers. I'm not certain how quite to line up the attacks. Ah. Oh well, no poison at least. Go, little fella. I want to say Pidomon can knock out the middle one with a second attack, but okay. Good to know. I think we had a fairly decent order here. Fairly decent. So, the insect vaccine and virus type specifically, so the Kawagamon line and the Kabateri line have similar stat profiles in that they have high attack and speed, but sort of piddling everywhere else, which means so you can expect that kind of stat growth for them generally. Mag Missile 2. This is a worse fight than the other one, so we need just number of fights to get, because any of these fights are going to level uh, the worm. Let's just try one into each. It's probably a mistake, but of course. Raramon. We'll let the worm finish off the munching on the plant, just because the other two aren't going to level for a while. And we do need to keep track of their MP levels. Right, there was a mag missile too. I don't mind getting rid of the HP discs now because we have 2 healers on the team. So having the MP so they can actually heal is blue. Interesting. I don't think you're calling Jan Garuga blue because he's clearly dark purple, if anything. Or black than anything, honestly. So who would be a blue chicken? Is it is it Malfestio? Is he back finally? Now that's one that should have been brought back to Wilds. I feel like Malfestio, Malfestio. I forget which one it is. Illusional. Oh, that's rough, buddy. I'm just gonna guard just in case. Oh, you've got to be. I have no idea why I'm crisscrossing who they're attacking. All that is risking misinputs more and more. A blue demon chicken. What's a world? Oh, the owl's a demon. Is he in the game? Because I don't think he's appeared since Double Crawls, has he? Or, well, I guess he was in Base Cross. Probably. I don't think he was a G rank only thing. Hmm. Wonder why they're neglecting him so much. But you, colour. Really? Is he? I could have. Maybe it's just the Guru Western content creators that bring him up so much, so it makes him seem like he's more popular than he is. But I thought he was moderately popular. Huh. But then it's funny how Western fan base tastes and but contrasts so much and so consistently with the Japanese ones. It's like Japan adores Jinoga. Meanwhile, you just see people whining about him over in other places constantly on the English side of the aisle. I was pretty sure Japanese players would be perfectly content with him showing up in every single game because they love him so much. Same thing with Narakuga. Although I do think Narakuga's less hated over here than Jinoga is. Meanwhile, I'm still over here like, why can't we have Giganox back instead of Kezu? Although memeing on people about Kezu's theme being the best track in the game is pretty fun. I think Sunbreak did Narga justice pretty well, though, or well, Rise in general, but especially with the wait, which one was it? The post game master rank version that for some reason is escaping me the name. It's on the tip of my tongue too. His weapons are best in slot for certain. Well, at least weapons that use poison. Is it Silverwind? Is that it? Why does it sound right and wrong at the same time? So it is Silverwind, okay. I think it's weird how they've reverse engineered um, Soul or Soul Seer Mizutsune 2 games in a row where they basically had him use Soul Seer attacks and moves and the like and certain visual details, but in different ways. With Sunbreak, it was it's a subspecies where he just happens to eat a bunch of the bomb arowana and the like. So his bubbles are explosive now, and then Wilds just kind of turns him into it toward the end of the fight when you damage him enough, and they just kind of hand wave it. I guess I don't know. It's like why can't you just reuse the concept of the Apex stuff? Also, stop using Apex for everything. It has like 3 different meanings now. It's like stop it. Okay, 3 more fights. We'll get our worm up to 10. Do I wanna? I guess I gotta. You know the drill. Get rid of Kokatorimon first because he can paralyze, and we don't have any antifreeze anymore. And he doesn't use the paralyzing attack anyway. Figure that out. I'm surprised he survived that. Kokatorimon has fairly low HP in all of his mobs. Ouch! Could you not? This at least redirects Fugamon's attack to make sure he doesn't hit my worm. It bruises easy, you see? Gotta be gentle. More round. Ought to polish him off. Pidamon's going to level after this, so I'm not too fussed about his MP. I will guard Ikakumon next turn though. That attack's name in Japanese is Little Pekka, by the way. Feel free to enjoy that fact. Little Pekka. Well, it's kind of interesting because Rise actually upgraded Tobi Kadashi to being Rathian tier. So if they proceed along those lines from now on, that means he won't be. What is this bug? Or he'll be considered too strong to. Energy bug. Oh well, it's a level 1. Shouldn't be too bad. Shouldn't be too bad. Why do I do things? I'll do this fight, I suppose. Get my worm to level 9. I want to know how the worm was slower than a level 5 Palmon. Laziness, that's what it is. Alright, EP bug's still on there. I'll show you for being relieved that I'm a level 1 energy buy. You wanker. That's what it's saying to me. This is actually absurd. Level 1s are not supposed to last this long. This is silly. Why did I target the middle one? He can guard. I'm so stupid. Luckily he didn't. I should have just targeted Akatorimon like I usually do. Although he seems to have a habit of using Blaze Blast. Or Zip Boom, more than anything. And there it begins. Actually, I think both Kakatorimon can guard on occasion. If feeling cheeky enough. Let's try to heal a little if he actually hits. Oh, now he got. Of course he does. So now I'll get less healing. I need healing. Yeah, guard faster. You twat. You beauty. Look at that. Never punished. Well, that was a fun little fight to get the worm to level 10. Now, Holy Angemon comes in. What are we eradicating? You know, I'm always up for a good crusade. But if I... Yeah, okay. Ha! Please, yeah. It may be my not so inner sadist coming out, but I want them to use the Guardians as an excuse to BS his hitbox, or give a BS reason for his hitbox in Wild's expansion. That game's already a shit show. Might as well make it worse. Might as well just go all the way. So we're going to get Ikokumon to 20, and then onto the boss fight is the goal. For heaven's sake, you stupid bug. Get out. 2 fights should do it. How about that? I do need to be careful to actually do the fights instead of continuing to um, skip. Let me take a swig of water. Now, Ludroth is a saint and he ain't never hurt nobody in his whole life. He's a sweet, innocent boy. Now, if it was the Tism fish, then I get it. Alright. Paralysis power. So this is San Yanmamon. The first time that he's shown up in this point of the game. Reminder that if you ever if you can ever go into him, don't do it. It's a trap. He can't evolve. And it begins. That's right, counter me, you wanker. So this is yet another reason why. So this is Egamon. And Egamon is who Patamon evolves into. Your starter Patamon evolves into. And as you see, he has a counter attack as opposed to an attack. It's not as bad as Pico Devimon though, because Pico Devimon turns into Ice Devimon, who gets an assist move that adds water affinity to your attacks. This is the nightmare. However, the trade-off is you have much better Digimon available for a Vera start than you do Data. And it's basically the third domain when you can actually capture a Data Digimon. You have Crabmon available, and that's about it. Um, and you can't. And if you evolve Crabmon, you can't trade it for Wizardmon. You'd have to go catch another Crabmon. So if you have the foreknowledge, you might not even be able to evolve the bugger. I need to actually be recover some of Ikakumon's MP. Hopefully, Sandianmamon survives this. Good lad. Watch him show off his little pecker. I'll get 2 guards in. That should be enough for the one further fight that we need to do to get his level up. So yeah, we get Ikakumon to 20 and Pitomon to 90, and then do the boss. I I must admit, I thought that that fight would give better experience than that. I'm quite disappointed. Of course, the first one guards now. Most of the time, it's the middle one that does. No paralysis, at least. Let's go ahead and make sure. Now the middle one's guarding. Hopefully, Holy Angemon will attack before. Good. And hopefully it actually kills. Yes. Just in case. Yeah. Guard it again. I almost feel like Anjanat's becoming the new Rothfellows, where he's going to be in everything from now on. I think he's been in everything since World. Okay. Could you stop missing? Yeah, he is. It's pretty fun to watch new players trying out World and smacking into him. Pitamon. I'll need a couple fights to get to 90. That's alright. You stupid bug. Go away. Oh no. Ah. So left takes us to the boss, but I'm going to hope. Okay. Also, here's where you get an East Adrian Mogimon, by the way. Huh. I actually think I did as well. Funnily enough, it was yeah, it was during the Puke Puke hunt because I got he kept interrupting me trying to fight Puke Puke. So I said, you know what? It's yours, and it was. Sorry. Somehow I managed to get him. Yeah. It's like trying to take the piss out of this googly boogly boy, and you keep getting in me way. Just harshing the vibes, man. Well, we gotta have that. He missed. There's Nisei Dromogimon. Okay, those techniques, the it applies element or affinity or whatever you want to call it, to attacks are completely worthless. And they all, every one of them come from data types. So another reason why the data start, is which reminder is actually the canon choice, the story canon choice, even though they don't railroad you into it gameplay wise, is because, well, again, Patamon sucks as a starter because he turns into Egamon, who has just a worthless counter. Okay, it's at least an attack, but you have to get hit first before it really does anything. So that's a bit of a bugaboo. But also because Vexine and Virus types are where all the good attacks are. So if you were now, this isn't so much an issue if you're playing through normally, to where you'll use other Digimon of different types. Then there's no issue. But if you were doing like a monotype run, like people do in Pokemon on occasion, then by far that would be the most difficult because they're basically, let's see, Metal Garurumons. No, 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 not even Metal Garurumons. Hold on. Let me uh, let me pull up skills over here, and we'll just interrogate this, shall we? Okay. So we'll go to filters. We'll do rank ultimate, and then targets all enemies. So AOE, and then we'll search by power. So there are four 45 AP AoE ultimate level attacks in the game. One of them comes from Magnadramon, who is Vaccine. That's Angerwoman's ultimate. One is Garuru Cannon, which is bugged and not in the base game because Omegamon is supposed to have it. Um, but in the base game, the three quote unquote Uber Digimon only have one of their three techniques that they're supposed to know. But don't worry, in this hack, he does have it. Inferno Missile, which is the same for Diaboromon, who is also one of the quote unquote Ubers. And Sad Water Blast, which I think is actually called Perfect Blue or something like that. Or Lonesome Blue, something like that in Japanese. from the lad Plesiomon. Those are the so of those only only Plesiomon is data. Diaboromon is virus, and Omegamon and Magnagramon are both vaccine. Now, there's also let's see, counter. Smiley Warhead from Prince Mamemon, who is also data. This is the best counterattack in the game. Now, at base, it's 40 power, which is pretty bad, especially for 40 MP, and it hits single target. However, if the counter gets triggered, it goes to 60 AP and becomes AoE. So, just to put that into perspective, single target attacks, the best single target ultimate level attacks are Heat Wave from Chimeramon, Terra Force from War Greymon, and next you drop down to 55 power with X Scissor Claw, which comes from Grand Kawagamon. But I would put Omegamon's up there, even though it's 50, because if he attacks an enemy that's going to counterattack, it jumps up to 75 power. However, even without that, it can paralyze. So a Grey Sword is a very good attack, and so I put it up there with Terra Force and Heat Wave. Also, Pieromon's Trump Sword is unstoppable, which means it can't be interrupted. Or it's supposed to not be able to be interrupted, which can be useful. So yeah, none of the single target attacks. Let's see. You have to drop down to Saber Leomon's Howling Crusher, because he's data. I think he's data. Yeah, he's data. Even though every other Leomon in the game are a vaccine. Figure that out. And then Prince Mamemon, not getting his counter hit, is the best single target attack. So basically, you have Preciomon's attack and Prince Moemon's attack for offensive moves. And then for data types don't get any healing. Those are all vaccine stuff. You basically get a technique called armor coating from Chuchidariumon, or Mud Frigimon, as he's known in the West. And it's a single target buff for an ally that boosts their attack power. And it can stack twice, just like the debuff versions. So you can use that to sort of emulate doing Scissor Claw on the opponents and lowering their defense, I guess. And there's an equivalent for defense, but I forget what it's called. And really, that's it. Those are the only useful data type moves. Wizardmon, since he's data, can the trade Wizardmon that comes with Necromagic, you can get Necromagic on someone. However, with no one being able to heal, that capability is quite a bit less useful. because one of the big combos with necromagic is uh, you can always you'll never run out of MP or HP if you have a heal and necromagic available. So yeah, that's the long and short of it. With data types, you have the worst starter. Um, if you again, if you stick to data types only, you have the worst starter, the least amount of teammate options early game, most bosses are virus types, especially the most difficult ones, and you have the worst pool of techniques to sort between. So yeah, trying to play data only is a real hard mode for this game. Now that being said, that's where your R cannon and your Z cannon could come in handy because you can get those buffs and debuffs in item form instead. So you can make up for it. It's just going to cost you more money because you'll have to keep up with your cannons, with your um, inventory. Rip farm. It's good. God. Vaccine and virus. Who would have an easier time between the two of those? I would lean towards vaccine because while you wouldn't get duo Scissoron, you would get um, you'd still get tidal wave from Waymon, who will be getting from when Ikakumon evolves. So you'll still get that, um, which lowers the opponent's attack. You'll get you'll get the healing from Holy Angemon. You'll get the best single target and AoE attacks for ultimate level at least. Just all sorts of things. He is still alive. I'm going to guard you just in case I'm being silly and I do need an will need an extra fight to get his level. I was in fact being silly and need an extra fight to get his level. Uh oh. Whoopsie daisy. The good news is there is said fight. The bad news is it's this one over. the missing began, so he's not even paralyzed yet. This is why we can't have nice things. Yeah, that stands to reason. Will this be enough? Yes. Okay. Good lad. Curing the paralysis like that? It's a bit of a rough domain to be coming in here with a triple vaccine team since this is all data type enemies. Like he actually did hit. I didn't want to risk it on the Kentaro and take another anti-cannon, but then he attacks first anyway, so it doesn't matter. Okay, well, whittle Nisei Dromogimon down, and then start guarding Holy Angemon to get his MP back up, since we're doing the boss fight next. Guarding can sometimes cure paralysis, by the by. That's probably good enough. Or no. Holy Angemon. It's just a single boss fight. Good. Now we get to play with our worms some more. Heading back to the entrance because, as I mentioned before, the boss is um, boss is to the left. Drill Missile 3. Don't mind if I do. So, you're going to meet a very annoying Digimon in this fight called Clockmon. Why, pray tell, is he so annoying? Because he has an interrupt attack that will force the person he hits to act lost. And there are several bugs in the game that will freeze or just outright crash the game involving his attack. Hopefully we don't encounter any of those. Luckily 2 rounds to do him in. And we have plenty of healing, so it's not like it's a fight we're risking losing, despite it being triple data against double vaccine. As long as we're not really silly and lazy with our heals, if any are even needed. Like in this case, just to be sick. That's not what I'm going to do. See, I'll go ahead and heal just in case. Let's go ahead and toss this over to Demogimon. Because he'll be who we kill next. He and Tankmon do relatively equal damage to each other, so it doesn't really matter which you take out first, but Tankmon has more HP, so that's pretty much the best way to do that turn, because they don't have any attacks left. This is going to waste an attack, but I'm not certain which combination will actually be enough to take him down. Holy Angemon and Kunimon would have been enough. Most likely. See, Tankmon has higher HP, and he's actually, well, tankier than the others were, while his damage isn't particularly higher. That's why we do it this order. Really, Dromogimon probably does the most damage out of them, but Clockmon's annoying, so he makes the list first. Do we have an MP Disc 1 left? We do. Grab that just in case. Could just BM them and heal with Holy Angemon instead of. But nah, we'll throw out the attack. Interesting that this domain gave less EXP for the boss fight than Drive domain did, despite this domain being unlocked after. Wait. No, maybe that is right. Maybe that's right after all. 2 down, 1 to go. More radar. Radar love. Alright. Let's survey the damage. Namely, first, we're going to evolve our worm. So, I hope you enjoyed playing with our worm, but it's time for him to go to that itty bitty worm pin in the sky and then turn into Kuwagamon, who's obviously based off of Kuwagata Beetle. What a legend. Look at that lovely attack. Stat defense too for a bug. You can thank Mega Dramon for that. 408. You're not too far from getting a level up yourself, lad. Naturally, he will also cap at 27. Now, what's 802? Shame there's no use for this lad. Let me think. So before the next boss, we're pretty much going right away to it, but we will get Kuwagamon to 12 first, just because Kuwagamon's attack is so good, it will speed things up so much. Which is why you also want him to be a speedy boy. So he gets his attacks first, lowers the enemy defense, and then the rest of us benefit from it. But Ikokomon also needs to hit 21. And the reason I bring that up is 4-8. Let me check what the boss gives. So this will be web domain. Okay, web domain. Down here. 9 floors. The boss gives 646 experience. So just the boss fight alone will get Pidomon to 20 if we left it like this. However, if you'll look at what the boss fight is, it's triple vaccine, or triple virus rather. So, also notice there's an unusual encounter here of Clockmon, Meramon, and Tankmon. The reason this is in the game is because right after this is the point where you need to have your own Tankmon. So they give you that one there, so you can go catch one. Where you have a guaranteed spot that you can just go catch one. Now, before we move on, I will be right back. All right, let's see. 48, 802. So we could get Kuwagamon to 12 with one fight, and then swap him out for Ikokumon, and then do another fight with Pidomon to get him to 20, and then line up Holy Angemon, Ikakumon, and Kuwagamon, and then do the boss. And then that will get Ikakumon to 21. Yeah, so I suppose that's what we'll do. So I need something. I need something to make certain. Okay, I need 2 fights that at minimum. So there's Wild Kuwagamon, and there's one where it's Flymon, Kuwagamon, Platinum Tsukumon. That gives 193 experience. If I could do one of those and then one of the Devimon, Hyogamon, Ice Devimon fights, that would be enough for Pidomon. And get Ikakumon low enough. The second one would get Ikakumon low enough to hit 21 from the boss. So that's what we're going to aim for. Items, items. We have some decent money in here, so might as well continue upgrading our Digibeetle. We'll even do Minesweep once. Yeah, we won't go any further than that because we'll get them both to their second highest tiers and call her there. Any further would be a bit too cheeky. Now, let's actually save because I forgot to do that before go and walkabout. So to get, we need to get at least floor 4 first. Yeah. Once we get to floor 4, we can do either the Kuwagamon fight or the either Devimon fight. To get our own Kuwagamon 212. Ah, one of these flowers. Remember these lads? Numamon, Numamon everywhere. Kikamon, Scumon, Red Vegemon. If they wanted to be really kind to us, the exit panel would be here, but it isn't. If they wanted to be really kind to us, they would have given us our mag missile back. I wonder if we could get it from here, though. No. Yeah, you see it. Now, the good news is there's definitely a room to the right, the left. The bad news is it's empty. You wankers. You don't give enough experience for us to bother with. And then the confusion begins. Go on, get. There we are. Hope you recognize this floor pattern by now. Maybe it'll be up here. Beauty. Okay. We're on floor 4 now, which means we should be able to find Kuwagamon. Ah, and there he be. That would have been very, very bad. So you want to focus down Platinum's Sukuman as quickly as possible because he can give the others the ability to confuse. And for those keeping track at home, notice no one in my party has an interrupt anymore. So yeah, he usually gives it to Fly. Mm-hmm. Well, that's a matter of trying to kill Flymon before he confuses us. Naturally. This is the worst. Yeah, this is a rough fight. There's a reason it's worth. It honestly should be worth more experience than it is, honestly. So would like that anti-mix up right about now. Let's just try guarding with him. Honestly, what we should have done is just all target Flymon, since that's who Platinum Scamon will. Okay, he can't confuse again. That's good. Because he should die this round. Yeah, we should have targeted him down first. Well, scheisse. That's what confusion can do to you, kids. You're also witnessing why Scissor Arm is so bloody good. We're just melting despite having significantly higher stats than the wild Kuwagamon. In case you were wondering, yes, that was the game giving me the bears. to throw that item at me after that fight. So now we have to go further, and luckily we don't have to do another fight that involves confusion. B disc 1, not really worth it. Yeah, I'm just gonna go around. It's all the same to you. Yeah, they do. They do make you take the scenic route. Cheeky. Okay. Well, that's annoying. No box over there. These floors seem to fairly often just carry the missile that you need. That's why it's a shame there wasn't a second treasure chest over there to have another crack at replacing the one we just used. Maybe there'll be one down here. No. Garbage floor is garbage. I bet down there's the way we have to go. I should be able to see if it. Okay. That was silly of me. I could have fought one of them instead of both of them. But no. Ah, joyous. I'm beginning to think the game has it out for me today. Or really, this playthrough in general. Let's be honest. The insect Digimon are just too fast. Makes it more annoying than it has to be to try and run. Okay. So what we're looking for is the Devimon, Hyogamon, Ogumon fight. Oh, for the love of all that's good and holy. I was stuck on that corner. Let's see, was that too difficult? So there is a As you might can tell by the name of it, it is a debuff item for Virus type Digimon. It will weaken all Virus types on the field. Okay, that's not the correct fight because we're looking for Devimon, Hyogomon, Ice Devimon. That's the one. Which is to be expected because they start appearing, I think, on floor 7. This one gives roughly as much experience as either the or as the Kawagamon fight we did. Which honestly, this one would have been a better one to do instead of fiddling with confusion. Truthfully, I'm trying to think if there's any reason to even do that fight when you want to say capture a Kawagamon. Let's see. The Kawagamon's level 13 instead of 12, which affects nothing because he still caps at 20. It's just one less level that you have to get. So honestly, if you wanted to capture a wild Kawagamon, there we go. That's the one. Didn't mean to hit that. Yeah. Kind of figured that'd be a dead end. And we do want to get rid of Divimon first because he can lower our EMP. And that's just not very nice. I'm just taking a wild guess that Pidomon's the one that does the least amount of damage. Yeah. Of course you missed. I did not intend to use that attack, but that works for me. Well, the Devimon are taken care of now. Now the lad that probably has an easy time flossing. And I'm just going to HP recovery. And then start guarding with him. Of course, now you act first. Chico. That should have polished off Pidomon. Oh, only Angemon got a level. I completely forgot he was going to level. And it got Ikokumon low enough that the boss fight will finish off his own level. Interesting room. Treasure room. Always lovely. I do recommend actually. So these Bakemon are interesting. They move twice and they can confuse. There's nothing really special about them otherwise. And now, boss floor. Now you may wonder why I haven't went ahead and reordered the Digimon yet, because we're going to swap Pidomon out for Kuwagamon. And that's because just in case we get into some encounters in the boss floor, which I'm pretty sure there will be some forced encounters, we won't have to we won't have to or we won't risk failing our fleas and oh, up here is the Tankmon, by the way, if you wanted to take him on. And here is one of the forced encounters. Super Bug Zap is the equivalent of wave missiles in that they can take down any bug type. So they're the best. I'm going to get rid of that just because we don't even have the cannon for it. See, 3 forced encounters before you can actually head to the boss. It's a shame none of those were dodgeable. Though after the boss, we could have polished them off for some grinding. Now, we're going to switch Pidomon out for Kuwagamon. Let's just double check he's actually done. And now we face yet another perfect level Digimon in Skull Greymon, who, believe it or not, is not who we're going to focus. We're going to do Davidramon, then Dark Tyrannomon. Fortunately, the Kakumon acts before Kuwagamon, which just isn't what we wanted. Yeah. The reason he has Death Claw so he can drain our MP. That's why he's a priority. And naturally, Kuwagamon acts last because we can't have nice things. I'm going to go ahead and start scissor arming Dark Tyrannomon. So Crimson Claw hits essentially as hard as a, a mid-tier perfect level attack. It can be pretty rough. And it also passes on status effects. So okay, I think we're in good shape. If Skull Greymon had have targeted Kuwagamon-san, then we would have had to have slowed down the heal. In fact, nah, I'll just do this because he's taking double damage now from everyone, so they should be able to polish him off, provided they hit. And down goes Frazier. Rip. And now Dairy Kokumon is going to become even larger. Next domain Okay, so we've cleared this. So next order of business is to get Waymon to 22. Um, capture Nisei Dremogimon, so we'll need 3 Digivice for that. We also need to get Bakemon, because I didn't forget about him, to 21. And then the next dungeon is interesting because it actually has 3 bosses, not 1 and not 2. We've seen one with 2 so far, the one with Kim, but which is only appropriate considering which domain we're doing next. I'm debating going back and doing that tank one fight. And if I do, who with? Because he would mostly get Bakemon to 20. He'd be a little over 100 away. Uh, it would cut Kokumon down at these to under to in the mid 900s left. Take a chunk out of this as well. Take a third of it. And it'll also get him on to 14. Because let's see, 3 fights, so that would be a guaranteed 17 for him. Okay, so well, I'm going to do this and go do the tank one fight. Because if Bakemon is going to evolve into Phantomon, and during the boss gauntlet, if he happens to hit 22, which is his cap, we'll need to bail from the boss gauntlet. And I should. So it's important to save state in this fight because for some reason this fight, the Clockmon can bugger your game out. So you want him dead with the quickness. I'm just going to Fire Blast. I don't even worry about confusion. Because I think confusing him is one of the things that can break the system for some reason. Burning Fist. G Gundam would be proud. This should polish off the side cases. Okay. So, see, Bakuman's just a hair's breadth away from 20. Imagine thinking that it wasn't too long ago that over 100 experience to the next level was a couple fights, maybe even 3. Now look at us. Got something nice for me up here. You do? Oh, how about that? Parts fix is kind of important for harder dungeons. So, oh, here we go. There we are. I think there may be um, more Digimon fights over to the right, but I hesitate to bother. Well, I suppose. Wait, ah, it's just a mine. Never mind, possibly. Maybe there aren't. Yeah, this is dead end. It's a cheeky one that just keeps going. Yeah, let's map this out all out so you can just see what the floor looks like completed. It's another extravagant dead end, see? And I'm fairly certain we're now to the part where we need Tankmon in the Digibeetle. Hence why he was there before that fight. Wait, oh, there he is. Because it's, yeah. I'm sure this will have absolutely no negative consequences. I don't think there are new parts. No. Guess we could buy an R cannon finally, but that's pretending like I would actually ever use the bloody thing. Maybe I should sometime. Meet Waymon. What a lad. It's interesting that they are both adult and perfect versions of Waymon. They look the exact same too. Maybe there's a size difference. It's just, I don't know, it's one of those earlier ones they came up with that they couldn't decide which tier they wanted him to be, I guess. I don't know. Can't do that, can't do that. You're done. We're done with Tankmon now. None of these have any uses. Let's go ahead and get rid of the Tankmon because okay, we have a space in our party now. Do you see that? I see that. Do you see that game? Now we're going to purchase 3 Digivice. Not 1, not 2, 3. Oh. Alright, she gave us an experience chip. That gives you 1,000 experience points to the Digimon you feed it to. Lovely stuff. We don't need... we can make room that way. Probably do with that. Well, the max driver is more important for late game where it's going to get a whole bunch of value. And sure, should be fine. I should have waited until reporting to the Silver Cross here. So the trade's not ready just yet. I believe after modem domains when it becomes available. So I've been neglecting showing you this, but as the stories progress, something has happened. So this is Debbie's attainment from, I believe, Blue Falcon. This is her Palmon, and she likes to dance up there on stage. And Debbie went to They call her Debbie in the West. Her name's supposed to be Vivi, which is significantly cuter a name. So Vivi goes off to train, and she left Palmon behind because she wants to dance instead of fight in dungeons and stuff. And she left this black sword tamer as basically her babysitter, and the guy gets smitten with her over time, increasingly more smitten with her over time. At first, he's annoyed that he's kicking himself for even agreeing to do it because it'll be boring. But then, so there's a kind of funny little side thing happening there. It's also about this point in the game she starts saying hot to trot a lot for some reason. Nobody knows. Hag love, am I right? She's trying to be hip with the kids. Okay. So goals in this domain. Capture Nisei Dromogimon. Get Waymon to 22, Bakemon to 21. And then we start the boss gauntlet. If Phantomon, which is Bakemon's evolution, hits 22, we'll exit and we'll perform a DNA fusion between Phantomon and Pitomon, who we just maxed out. And then instead of leaving and training up the rookie immediately, we'll go ahead and finish we'll use Magna Angemon in their place to polish off their domain. We also we also want to get Kiwagumon to 21 so we can evolve it. So that's the plan. Kiwagumon is currently at 14, so he's going to be at minimum 17 through the boss gauntlet. So he's also going to gain a level from catching Nisei Dromogimon, so that would be 18. So we need 3 more levels to evolve him. Now, since he keeps doing boss fights and getting so much experience from them, he should be at 0 to the next level experience until that point, or close to it. So it shouldn't be difficult. But what I'm saying is it shouldn't take long to get him to 21. So that's nice. Waymon's not all that far from 22 either. Now Bakemon to 21 is a bit more of a bugaboo. Honestly, Kiwagumon might hit. But we'll see. Actually, yeah, let's see. Okay, so Waymon is at 6,100. Well, just under 6,200 stored experience at level 21. Now he's obviously halfway into the next level, but that's just about 1,000. So we'll say 5,200 roughly to be at level 21. That's still 3,000 away for Kiwagumon. Oh well. Let's just get to it, shall we? I do have the Digivice in the inventory, right? Boy, that'd be embarrassing if I didn't. And we have room. Okay. I believe floor 5. Oh, let's just check. So this is modem domain. And we're looking for Nisei Dromogimon, who is from the Kentarumon mob, but not that one. So we have to look for another one. Here he is. There's Nisei Dromogimon. 4, 5, and 6. Okay. 4, 5, and 6. What else is of note here? Oh, the two Tyrannomon groupings. Um, the armor coating from Tukidarimon, um, is one of the better abilities in the game because it buffs your attack. So essentially, if you double duo scissor claw the enemy and then tidal wave them, well, okay, let's just you double duo scissor claw the enemy and then you armor coating your main DPS or whatever, and then you armor coating them again, they'll do 4 times regular damage to an enemy instead of double. So it could be it's overkill, but it's there if you want it, essentially. So just know that that's a place you can get him. You've got far flowers to do it into, and there's going to be a little mini domain after this that has him that has Tyrannomon mobs in it as well. So they're pretty easy to find. In other words, but yeah, so let's get back to the hunts. We're not interested in the Yanmamon fights. Sort of a worthless amount of experience. There we go. Couldn't get past that one. Woe, despair, agony even. Now one downside about this domain, when it comes to grinding, is um, its experience ceiling is lower than web domains. Because the highest experience you can get here is 237 from Clockmon, Meramon, and Tankmon. And that's on floor 8 and 9. Um, the Sealamon, Tsushidaramon, Tyrannomon is the second best at 230. But remember the Devimon, Ice Devimon, Hugamon fights were giving like, what, 250 or something? Maybe even higher? Something like that. It was giving more. I think both Devimon fights gave more. Is there a way we can not have to use our magnetic missiles? It's not like we don't have plenty, but no, no. It is forest. I'm not going to do this fight. Well, nah, it's not worth the trouble. Dealing with paralysis. So if we doing it this way, we can just diagonal ourselves. and only take damage from a blue swamp once instead of twice. And we got a missile back and one. Now, the awkward part is, so again, we need to get to floor, I think, 4, 5, and 6 before the correct Kentarumon mobs show up. Is we need to get one in a position or in a room or whatever that will allow. Ha, no, not going there. How about no? That will allow us to fire 3 gifts. I knew there was nothing in there. Why did I keep going? Okay, there's the floor. Okay, so now we're going to start save stating just in case. Because if we don't find it in this floor or the next, then, well, that was probably one right there. And that was a floor we could have done something with. Yeah. So I'm just going to rewind, because that could have been the only one. That's unlucky. Okay. If that one is correct, then we're in good shape. It is. Okay. Now, burn, baby, burn. Then he will paralyze the lad. Which is just unsportsmanlike, really. Have we paralyzed anyone? Recently? It's been a bit since our Wizardmon's been bye-bye. Okay. Oh, bully. Kintorumon is biting the dust. And now we guard these two and we'll let Pokemon finish off Mole Boy. Because he's going to level after this. That's a lad. Oh, 2 levels. I knew that. I'm silly. 189 experience. It's not terrible. There we are. For just half a moment there, because there was a slight stutter when I clicked let it join you. I thought, no, surely to goodness, I'm not full up again. But no, we got him. Ladies and germs, we got him. And now, our next target will be floor 6 and onward, where we can fight the Tyrannomon mobs. So let's go ahead and take a gander. Okay, so Waymon at 22 will. Oh, looks more like 5,883 experience gets you to 21. 5883. Okay, that's slightly more than I had figured. Hey, hey, hey. Don't want to do this fight anymore. I want to do the Tyrannomon fights. The Tyrannomon should be in the center. Yeah. Or do I think both of them? One gives 230 and the other 199. Ah. Alright, well, it's a slightly better experience than the Kintarumon fight, so we'll do it. Grinding's grinding after all. There's really no order we have to worry about here. This is an advantageous party in the grinding for this dungeon though, because we have two Virus types, and these are all data. Waymon suffers a bit, but 2 out of 3 ain't bad, as the legend, the late great legend Meatloaf would say. Fire Blast is doing quite a bit actually. Monocromon's a wee bit tankier, so I suppose it doesn't really matter, but we'll focus him down next. We've almost recouped the amount of bits we had before we upgraded our Digibeetle again. Cheeky. He's not going to leave that floor, so we have to fight him there. At least Fire Blast will be stronger. It's the weaker version of the fight again. Now that's some appropriate order. Kuwagamon attacking first, so they take more damage. Ooh, 61 in an AoE. I love it. Love it, love it. Let's see some more of that. If Scissoron hits first, Monochromon will probably be killed by Fire Blast. But if it doesn't, then we'll get some turns to guard. If we want. Okay, I'm going to guard 2 turns. I feel like it shouldn't be too much of a surprise that more Shellmon, as usual with the recolors, will have the specialty move buffs. 2 more fights for Waymon. Another return bugs there. Ah, there we go. There's the big boy fight. Now, we do have a slight issue with Sushidarumon having Leomon's counter. And we have no interrupts to cheese it with. So there is that. We'll just have to take it. That's not that's not as bad as it could be. So this might be a mistake. He didn't counter, okay. So he was going to use armor coating. Good to know. Luckily, Sealamon's going to be dropped next turn. Easy enough. I need to remember to make more use of Brown Strain on Waymon because it's just free healing for him. Fairly decent healing too. He's going to level next fight anyway, so crisis averted. Just look at the damage that is occurring out of Scissorarm. Now, imagine once we get this lad to 22 and he can do it to the entire enemy team. We're actually getting fairly unlucky that he keeps spamming the counter because normally he I'm actually going to do this. Normally, he actually uses armor coating a lot more, even when it's kind of worthless. As you can see. That's why he's not quite as worrisome as Leomon is, because all he does is the counter. Let's get back that HP you just took. Still alive. I should have harpoon Vulcaned him. That was on me. It would have done more damage. Ah, rude. Actually need to. Should be, yeah, 2 more fights for Pokemon. And we're caught up with Kuwagamon after all. We could have kept it at 0 longer if I would have been more stingy with what fights I leveled him as Kunimon on. But I did a bunch of the little shadow fights. So we're paying for it now. Luckily, in 2 fights will level both Kuwagamon and Bakemon. And looky here. We just got Tidal Wave as well as Giga Destroyer back. Next level we'll get Hornbuster back. And that'll be the real prize. We won't have to worry about confusion or counters anymore. We're going to be tankier now as well because Waymon's Tidal Wave. So remember Dolphimon's attack? It lowers whoever it hits attack. Well, now we can do it to the entire enemy team. And it can stack twice. And if it does, they do half damage for the rest of the fight. So you may be seeing a pattern emerge. So we're going to be able to make them do half damage and take double for the rest of the fight after 2 rounds. And that, ladies and germs, is the power recipe for kind of breaking this game. Now you do have to be careful because it is a rather expensive attack. AoEs and all. At least to begin with. Wait. Zap. Okay, the 2 more fights. And Kuwagamon will be at 90. I feel ripped off by that floor. 2 fights? Really? I don't think they'll leave the machine specialty floor. And I really don't want to deal with Clockmon. This isn't the good fight, but it doesn't really matter at this point. 2 fights will do it either way. And then we evolve to Phantomon. Oh, and Phantomon, the actual trooper, there's no real use in worrying about MP at this point. We're just doing one more fight after this. So Phantomon has one of the best attacks in the game, bar none. It's single target. It's not quite, well, here, I could just pull up the numbers. While the attack animations are going, I'll pull up skills for you. Okay. So while we're on results screen, take a gander. Let's look at perfect level attacks, and specifically single target. So the strongest is Lightning Blast from Raydramon, which is he is sort of special. You got to put in some work to get him. So basically, you need a high DP Vmon who will become Flamon, Fladramon rather, and then if Fladramon has high enough DP, he will evolve into Raydramon. And then Raydramon needs, I believe it's 10 DP to evolve into Imperial Dramon. Otherwise, you go back to the standard Vmon line, where it's just Vmon to Vdramon, Aero Vdramon, and then Phoenixmon, because this game doesn't have All Force Vdramon, to my great chagrin. So, that is the strongest single target perfect level attack with 40 AP. Nothing to sneeze at, it's quite good. So the second tier is 37.5. Magical Tail, which Holy Angemon, the trade Holy Angemon has from Piccolomon, is like that. But Phantomon's also is 37.5. So it's right below the absolute strongest single target perfect level attack. Except he has a very special ability. Not sure if you can see that, how plain that text is, but it says re-attack if foes stunned. So what this means is if he KOs an enemy Digimon, he will automatically, for free, no MP cost, attack again. And if he drops that foe, he'll do it again. And again, this is a very strong single target attack. It's so good. So good. Incidentally, another one, this path will have us take all of the 37.5 AP perfect level attacks, except for Alien Ray, which comes from Vaidmon. Because who really cares about Vaidmon, let's be honest. Um, Fire Blast number 2, which is normally from Metal Tyrannomon, who unfortunately can't evolve, frustratingly, because Tyrannomon's really neat. The Metal Mamemon we get out of trade, that will be his regular attack, because normally he has Energetic Bomb, which is a counter. So this is his bonus skill, which is really nice. And of course, Giga Destroyer from Metal Greymon is also up there. It's a shame 3 of the attacks are machine attributes. Lightning Blast is somehow considered nature. Figure that out. Shadow Scythe, which is Phantomon's attack, is darkness. So you love to see it. Okay, let's do one more fight and then skedaddle. Evolve this Bakemon. And then come back in here and begin the boss conflicts. So basically, a great combination in this game is double duo Scissor Claw, and then have someone that's slower than the 2 Scissor Claw users using Shadow Side. And there's a good chance of just one-rounding the entire enemy team with it. Again, this is the lost fight, so it doesn't matter. I'm shocked that Tushidarimon lived that round. Holy cow! Somebody skin this fish. Thank you. Ah, filet of fish. So, Skymon and Waymon should be leveling up roughly the same time. Let me actually check. I'm actually going to do one more fight before leaving because both of the so the first 2 boss fights give 708 experience apiece. So if I do one more fight, um, Phantomon will be able to be finished right away. Yeah, yeah. So they both give 708 experience, and then the actual boss gives 722. So lots of good experience. Lots of good experience going around. Okay, one more for the road. Good lad. So as you see, now that we're to this point in the game, it really doesn't. It's even at when we're getting to a perfect level, more consistently instead of the gift ones, it really doesn't take all that long to level up. Especially now that we've gotten more powerful attacks to work with. But yeah, so the goal is we want Kuwagamon to be able to become Okuamon by the end of this dungeon. So the first fight will get him to 20. The second two, the next two will undoubtedly get him to 22. And that's if we gained no more experience between now and then. Or to 21, sorry. And then before the next boss, we'd want to hit 22, which shouldn't take long. And now, we can head out. So if you were curious, what we're going to do with Phantom after he maxes out here in this next level, because 22 is his cap. We're going to mix him with Pidomon. Pidomon will add 4 to the level, so the new cap will end up with what will become a level 26 capping Holy Angemon. And the trade Holy Angemon we will cross with Waymon once he maxes out, which will end up giving us. What does that give us? Wait. Maybe that's not what we do. Let me check my notes. Because somehow. Oh, yeah, Phantomon to Pedomon. Huh. Metal Mamemon mixes with Waymon, and that gets us a Seedramon, and that's the final DNA that that particular Digimon, at least for now, will go through, because that will take us all the way up to like a level 34, 35, something around there. Metal Seedramon. And then Grand Kuogamon will mix with the trade Holy Angemon to give us the Kabuterimon that can go all the way up to Hercules Kabuterimon. And then the Holy Angemon from the Phantomon Pidomon merger will mix with a wild Pumpkinmon that we catch. And we'll end up with Rosemon. So that'll be our final team. Heracles Kabuterimon, Metal Seedramon, Rosemon. So no Virus, strangely enough. It's kind of funny because there are very few Virus ultimates that I actually that are in the game that I actually like. Because we did evolve Phantomon, right? Yeah. Okay. So we're going to have two Holy Angemons floating around at some point, and we do need to keep track of which one's which. So I will slap a nickname on the one that the Phantomon Pidomon mix, which let's see, that one's going to become that one's going to become Rosemont. So we'll go ahead and slap the nickname I typically go for Rosemont on, which is also sort of an homage to the Lilymon that we got to test out in the tutorial fights. How are items looking? Seems fine to me. Let's save. Save state. Enter. And now we dive into boss 5 times. Okay, it is up there. For some reason, the double red was throwing me off. I was like, is that a floor panel? I do like Phantomon. Yeah, basically, the only ultimate, Virus type ultimates that I like are really Pierromon's the best one for me. I'm okay with Grand Kuogamon. Uh, Venom Vamdemon I've never super cared for, even though I, I like good old classic vampires. But well, it I think it's also the stigma of his attack being the single buggiest move in the entire game. Like, just you really need to be careful with it because it can just hard lock and freeze your game if you're not careful. And there are several ways it can do it, so it's best just to not even bother. Um, in the off chance that you fight a wild one, make sure to save state before the fight every time. You don't want to get stuck because of his dumb ice. Okay. This domain seems to guarantee to have a forest mag missile usage. Hey, we'll open the box, see what's in it after we get rid of this slash. So after the first fight, we'll have to swap Phantomon out for Holy Angemon, and then do the other two fights, is the plan, because he'll be capped. Which is unfortunate, because I won't even get a chance to show off Shadow Scythe just yet. We'll have to wait for the new, the non-trade Holy Angemon we'll end up with. Shows correctly, because I bet. Oi, oi. Wow. Our Minesweeper is level 4 out of 5, and it still couldn't detect that mine. That must have been a red mine, which is scary because that could have deleted all of our HP just immediately. Oh, that would have been embarrassing if I missed moving my diagonal movement there and just went right and hit the mine. I'm sure some would have found it amusing though. Okay. That was a disc 2, correct? We don't need the EP back. Oh, what's this? Yeah, here are the Tankmon mobs again. Boss floor time. Now, Pretty sure it's right here, and then yeah, there she is. You just make sure, double, triple check everything's in order. So he's going to go to 30. It's going to be a while before he maxes out. He only has one more DNA left in it, and we'll have to his merging partners. We don't even have yet, so soon, soon after this dungeon, actually. Okay, you'll be 20 after this. You'll be 22. You'll come in, and you'll be very close to 20. You'll probably be halfway to 24 by the time we get out of here. And he caps at 27. So, and we will have to cap him relatively soon. Spinning. I've heard, on good authority, that it's a swell trick. I don't believe it, though. Now, here is the fun part of fighting that I like to call fighting Raymon without an interrupt. We just have to hope Phantomon acts first, and he didn't. That was the worst thing that could have happened, because now, oh, he didn't counter for some reason. The dingus. Ninjamon didn't counter either. What's going on here? Oh. Yeah, so the good news is Joy Joy is a moron. So that attack weakens data types. So if you don't have any data types in your party, she'll just weaken her Egamon. And what to even say? So the good news is Joy Joy is a moron, is what I was going to say. Now this will actually be useful. This is essentially a free fight, though. They rarely actually attack. He is going to level after this, isn't he? So I'm going to go ahead and do this. $72. See, now they're doing half damage and taking double. So those attacks could be, well, oh. So those attacks could be useful. The issue is mixed parties, and the further you go in the game, the more mixed parties you're going to have. I mean, even this one, Raremon's Virus, Monzaimon's Vaccine, Egamon is Data. I'm good to God, just in case. the City. So that attack, motivation down, that debuff, it means you can't use your highest MP cost techniques, basically. But it seems but it seems to return fairly quickly. Luckily, there are much more challenging fights later on where it can become an issue. Oh, they all leveled. Bully. There's Hornbuster, my beloved. Shadow Scythe, my even more beloved. Cheeky. Okay. Chesai, Necro Magic. Uh, Death Charm, Fireball, Snare, the rest can come along, I suppose. It's a lovely move list. I like the way your Digibeetle does the motion like it's sending them away after the fight, even though that's not what it's carrying here. Okay. Just to double check. Maxed out. Look at those stats there. Over 100 attack and defense. Just lovely stuff. 64. Quaggamon's finally pulling ahead speed-wise. Now we switch to this. Yeah, 2 fights and you'll be at 21. And you'll be at 24. And you will be approaching 24. So these two are going to merge. For some reason in the route, I left the domain to do that right away, only to come back here and then immediately continue the boss fights. I don't know why I did that, because I was like, there's no point in training up the new child Digimon when would need to get an extra level on Kawagumon anyway. So while doing that, it's two bears with one stone sort of thing. So we took out Joy. So you probably, so I'll give you 2 guesses on who's next, and the first 2 don't count. Do I want to bother with the Joy tank? Nah. Those should become purchasable pretty soon. Toy truck, that's even worse than a toy tank. Now, this fight is kind of funny. Digitomomon is the target. No, this one isn't it. It's a later fight. There's a later fight with a Darabon on the leftmost side of the screen. That no, maybe this one is this one where the Tankmon continuously hits Darabon with friendly fire every turn. Maybe this is the fight I was thinking about. Yeah, that's why you take Digitomomon out first, because the little wanker keeps healing everyone. That's why if you still had access to genocide attack, it's really good here. Luckily, Digitalmon keeps mega healing Deramon and not himself. The, the AI is super bugged in this fight. Essentially, Tankmon will keep hitting Deramon, which triggers Digitalmon into healing him and not himself, which is why you just go ahead and take Digitama out. Let's just go more damage. So yeah, the first fight, they rarely attack. And then this fight, two of them's AI is so bugged out that they just essentially help you. See, he's still trying to friendly fire Deramon, even though, well, you're not supposed to be able to even attempt to use friendly fire if you're the last remaining survivor. Ah, that was silly of me. I shouldn't have been worried about Holy Angemon's MP. Okay, next fight, he'll be 21. He'll be roughly halfway to 24, and he'll be 24. So let's get to it. These nights are very bad at dropping very important things. Now you get a preview of our next friend with Metal Mamemon coming up shortly. So we're going to take out regular Mamemon first, though, and then Gardramon, lowering their attack power. So we'll be sitting pretty. Here's an energy bomb that becomes AoE when the counter's triggered. Both of those were counterattacks, and they do similar things. Um, but only one counter can trigger at once in an AoE, so the last one to be triggered usually takes priority. Very likely it's supposed to always take priority, but you know how it is. I would like to get the scissor arms started on Gardramon now, but I don't think that Tidal Wave and Magical Tail is going to be enough to polish Mamemon off. Nonetheless, I'ma try it. Yeah, there's no way. Luckily, their damage is going to be laughable now, as you can see. So it doesn't matter either way. Yeah, not quite. So I will Tidal Wave once again, because that'll do it. And I'll start the Scissor Arms on Metal Mamemon. This should be an easy clear this round, since he's going to be taking double damage. Oh, he had a little bit more HP than I gave him credit for. Cheeky. No use in scissor arming anymore. His defense is as low as it can go. 102. I believe nature counters machine. That's why that did so much damage. Otherwise, it probably would have been in the mid 70s, I would estimate. Down to head to the city. Guess you go to the device dome to report in. Just under 800. 944. Done. Done. So what's available here now? Yeah, still TC. Trying to remember, is it the professor we go to? Oh, oh well, we need to digivolve. Meet Okurumon. One friendly looking boy. All cuddly and like. Look, he's already always ready to hug. Look at those spread arms. Okay, now we DNA Phantomon with Pidomon. And we'll get a clear Agumon. And I was going to go ahead and to differentiate. So there's what we're working with. Now, let's see, there's clear Agumon at 3 DP. So it's important. Okay, so it's important that the clear Agumon has 3 DP. Well, between 3 to 5. 3 to 5. No, actually, just 3 and higher is fine. Now, the reason for this is because at 0 and 2, at 0 to 2 DP, he would become Anjumon, which sounds fine, nothing wrong with that. Fist of Fate is tied with Mega Flame at 27.5 AP. Single target adult level technique. However, here's the issue. The Angemon will evolve into Andromon at DP 0 to 5. So if he has 2 DP and goes into Angemon, there's no way he's not going to go into Andromon unless you provide a bunch of DNA up chips. Because you need 6 or higher DP to become Holy Angemon. And we need Holy Angemon because this is going to be a second Digimon that has HP recovery. But if you have 3 DP, then Clear Agumon will evolve into 3 or higher. He will become Pidomon. And Pidomon always becomes... Well, Pidomon with 0 to 6 DP will become Holy Angemon. And he needs 6 or higher to become Giromon. So as long as he doesn't have 6 or higher, he'll become Holy Angemon. That being said, doing it the way that I've shown you here will guarantee you have enough TP. So if you were trying a different way of getting clear Agumon, that's something to keep in mind. Let me think. attempting to remember who we're supposed to talk to trigger the next part of the story here. Okay, so we have those two ready. I'm also debating on I think we'll do this lineup because Trade Holy Angemon has a single target attack, whereas Waymon has some AoE. So we want to go ahead and get Holy Angemon out of the way. That being said, if we do a boss fight, which one's coming up, provided I can find the trigger to it. You know, I've never checked and noticed the Digimon actually change in there. Yeah, he used to be over where Biyomon is. So who do we talk to? Well, first off, before I forget, we're going to. We really have to trigger this next part. Ah. Yeah, she even tells you who to talk to. I knew that. I'm stupid. So yeah, you have to go in here and talk to these goobers that are whining about being silly. Okay. Now, I don't recall if we have to actually report that or not. No, he just says the same stuff. Okay. Sometimes you think you don't, but you do. So, now. Actually, I think yeah, he wants to test us a little. So, let's head to DVD domain. Get out your PS2s. Whew. Always a long trek, but we uh, we just about managed to do it. And they should get us 22 on Okuama. Shoot. Uh, hey, it's our old friend Metal Bumming again. We'll do Kantarimon first, then Meramon. Oh, Smiley Bomb's single target, I guess. Strangely enough, unlike, or maybe it does get a boost in damage, like 50% stronger. Because you'd think Smiley Warhead, which is Prince Momemon's move, you'd think, oh, well, it would likely be a mixture of both the um, perfect level Momemon and Metal Momemon's moves, to where, oh, it becomes AoE and it increases in damage when the counter's triggered. So presumably this Smiley Bomb's similar, but yeah, because I am lowering their damage anyway, so it would stand to reason. Not quite. Yeah, that's one thing about his Digimon. They all have bizarrely high HP. So he's not really a threat offensively. He just takes a little bit of whittling down for whatever reason. Un- Unnecessarily tanky. Yeah, see, that just about got them a level there. Now I have to go back to Archive Port to chat with him. Why wouldn't he just tell us there, you ask? No idea. He almost blends in over here. So see, he's a very important character. He's the former leader of Blue Falcon. Your mentor and the one that trained you is in Blue Falcon. The Blue Falcon leader, spoiler, the final round of the Coliseum, you face all three guard tamer leaders, and she's by far the strongest. Like, she is legitimately dangerous in that you actually need some luck to beat her, unfortunately. What did they come here for? I think I just did it on reflex. I believe now is the point you need to report to the leader. After which, we should be able to do our trade. And then we have code domain available. Let's see. I guess I was mistaken. I thought D tier, or rather B tier gifts would be available from now, but no, I guess it makes sense that it's a wee bit later. Those aren't quite as expensive as I thought they were. 300 apiece. Well, you'd only really use them for boss fights mostly, I guess. So if you were going to do a data only run, here I am already starting to route shit up in my head for it. I don't think we have any use for in here. 24. Wait, hold on. 920, 77, 222. So then you don't matter. You do. So we're going to order them from highest HP to lowest, because again, generally the one that's first in line gets targeted the most, even though it doesn't always work out that way. Then we go. Do you have any better items available? No, still HP disc 1 and MP disc 1s. I think that's something some of the other hacks fix, is making high, like better HP packs and stuff available earlier. But I haven't. Huh? Wait. That doesn't seem right. No, no. According to my notes, it's after code domain when Metal Mummymon becomes available. Okay. It's also after that point where you start needing level 3 mag and drill missiles. As for code domain, let's check it out, shall we? It has 11 floors. And plenty of experience to go around. It's, let's see, you don't have to go too awful far before you start getting let's yeah, starting at floor 3, you're getting 139. In the mid 140s on floor 3. Floor 5 will get you 189. In the 190s. Yeah, so for 5 plus is where you start getting really good training areas. There's only one boss there. Gives 977. And it's your first boss with 2 perfect level enemies. With Shiraimon and Itzimon. As well as our first wild perfect levels that's not Metal Greymon, of course. Our first real wild perfect Digimon. So yeah, what we're going to do is we're simply going to get Okurumon to 22, and then we're going to do one more rank of the Colosseum, and then I think we'll call it a wraps for this stream, and we'll continue hopefully tomorrow, if nothing horrendous occurs. So 222, that's just, it's like 2 fights, tops. Oh, also, we should be able to purchase some new tires, unless I'm misremembering. So we have green ones, so we should be able to get blue ones now. This is the ammo guy. Why do I do this? I know that he's over there. Okay. Yeah, there they are, plate tires. So we can finally go over those blue acid swamps. Nothing new there. The ray cannon is actually fairly cheap, so that's not too bad. I was worried that it might be a little expensive. Let's see if we have room in my inventory to bring it over. No, didn't think so. We don't need both of those. I've always found it funny that the green tit tires, just the little preview there, look more armored and sturdy than the plate. I almost think they have the model switched and that this is supposed to be what the plate tires look like, because that's clearly a plate over the top of them, whereas this looks like there's chains hanging off of them. We're also going to max out our Minesweeper and a Bug Sweeper because we can. Those other 2 slots of upgrades are the R and Z cannons, by the by. Yeah, there are also these that are will actually be useful if you force yourself to do a monotype playthrough, including revives that are specific to types. So we're going to go to code domain and have a spot of training. Yeah, no, our tires don't match our Digibeetle anymore. It bugs me too. I get it. Once we get to the adamantium, or alloy rather, adamantium, the alloy body, which is red, will also have access to purple tires, which aren't red, but strangely they blend with the body a lot better than these blue ones do, the green. Uh, what was that again? HP Disc 2. A Disc 2 is better than a Disc 1, even if it's a different type. So. Yeah, I was mentioning I think last stream about needing mech fixes, being forced to have mech fixes for a certain domain, and that's because it's surrounded by, or it's basically a single path to the boss, but they all, um, each path is, or said path is full of acid swamps, and and that have, there's a fair bit, most of them are going to be red, or rather, they're weighted towards the higher tiers. We're going to go ahead and do this fight because I'm annoyed by the radar being damaged. And we also have to hold back a bit on what we're fighting just for the sake of this little guy. That being said, we can heal him now, as opposed to, thanks to Holy Angemon, as opposed to just letting him rot. Also, look how quickly we blitz through these enemies now. He can actually heal himself. He's got a small cure. That's Clear Agumon's speciality, which is a 50 HP heal. I'm actually curious what the for 6 MP. That's not terrible. Yeah, it's even lesser than Dengeki Birin. Huh. Lesser MP cost. Yeah, that's a fine early heal. As far as I know, it'll be much more useful in, say, the alternative hack. Speaking of something less useful. Okay. Okay, we'll do that one and then exit and go to the Colosseum. Oh, but yes, the path that so back to the needing mech fixes. There's a certain domain that has a singular path to the boss. There's only one way there. It's a very simple room actually, and it has a bunch of acid swamps along the path, and um, they all have a random chance of being a red acid swamp. But the best tires that you can possibly have at that point of the game are the purple ones. So essentially, say you're at full HP, which is fairly high at this point, because you need to naturally you need to upgrade engines once again to switch to an alloy body. Um, I want to say it's around 4,000. I wouldn't swear to that, but I think it may be around there. But there could be enough of those red acid swamps to slurp away all your Digibeetle's HP, depending on your luck. Which which is why it's good to have the it's Megafix EX. It cures 500 HP instead of 100. Having like 3 or 4 of those basically guarantees you a safe passage through there. In the speed runs, they at least they sort of risk it. There it is. Not only do we have Genocide Attack again, but we have Duo Scissorom. What a beauty. We just won the game. Let's see. 31 is where Okubamon caps at. So Waymons will go to 30. So you go to 27. You go to 26. Yeah, 26. Once you get to ultimate level and you can hit 32 at minimum, yeah, the minimum you want is 32 so you can get the ultimate tier attack. But once you get to that point, you're pretty well golden. From then on, when it comes to your DNAing, unless you have a little bit of the tism, like yours truly, and you try to intentionally hit certain max levels. Like I try to manipulate it to where I get the full attack spread, all of the techniques that I particularly, all the best techniques basically on the Digimon. I will show you the recipe a bit later. It still takes a little too long to grind at this point in the game. And then capping out at level 50. So the max level is actually 99. You can keep going until they get to 99. It would take absolutely forever though. So, and there's no real use in it because there are stat chips you can get to max all your Digimon stats. It's time consuming, yes, but it's less time consuming than DNAing them hundreds of times until they get to level 99. Hundreds of times is an exaggeration, naturally, but uh, it still takes a while, a very long while. So I pick 50 as a nice stopping point because that's a fairly standard maximum level for a JRPG to have. 50, 99, or 100 are all are fairly common. All right. I'm going to go in here to sell because I forgot to sell our old tires. Yeah, 2,000. So we paid 8,000 for the plate tires. So essentially, we paid 6,000 for them. That's a pretty good deal. And now we're going to line up Waymon, Okuamon, and Holy Angemon. Save. And then we're going to do one more round at the Coliseum. Round 5. You get a toy plane out of it. So it can be useful if there's something upcoming that you want to catch. I'm actually trying to. Why did I do that? It's. I'm trying to think if there's anything else. Well, there's Pumpkinmon, but that's quite a ways away. So this is rank 4. Focus Petermon since he can heal. Now remember, you don't heal between fights, so you could. If we're going to use these big AOE's, we're going to use them once per fight. For now, this is the lad that first gave us a toy plane in the first place, and this one it doesn't really matter. So I just grab the Gururumon in the middle because he was looking at me funny. That becomes, or that's AOE counter. That's Starmon's move. So I'm actually glad they survived that because now we can recover some MP from our two AOE users. I say as if they don't both currently have more MP than Holy Angemon does. I'll recover his next turn and use little um, child level techniques from the others. I say as if the next round's going to be particularly dangerous. So just like we were story locked earlier and had to do 2 rounds of the Colosseum, there's going to be a point later on where we need to beat the entirety of the Colosseum to move on. So normally you would just kind of do it all at once at that point, but snipping off an extra 2 rounds here just makes it feel a little smoother, I guess you could say. Plus, it gives you a nice shiny toy plane. Oh, it's the Dingus again. How much you want to bet our team is worse than the one we just fought in the domain? She at least has a paralysis move. And a little pecker. Should probably go to the vet and get that checked out. Just a little bit of damage. Now we're normal. Ha! There is a DNA up chip. Those come in quite handy. That adds a point. That adds a DP to the Digimon you use it on. Now we save and do rank 5. There's VV. Just because poison's annoying. Spinning Needle being Airdrimon's attack. Let's not be silly here. Took an extra turn anyway. Let him finish with a slap. And here's where we got our second toy plane. Solomon is where you get necromagic from, normally, from not Wizardmons. Luckily, he has the Devimon's attack instead of Bakemon's. Hmm. I do wonder. See, the trade for Holy Angemon is Garuruma. Apologies, I've still been thinking about the data only run, and I was debating on whether it'd be considered cheating or not to capture but not use in combat um, Digimon from other types. So, say if you caught Garurumon, wait, well, honestly, it couldn't because you have to. You have to get Ikakumon, you have to get Sayakumon, you have to get Yanmamon, and you have to get Tankmon. And between those four, they cover all three types. So you would have to capture a Digimon from your that isn't your starter type at some point. So it's a matter of would it be cheating to say take a Digimon from a vaccine because it would have to be a vaccine because it would definitely be cheating to or it definitely would be silly to try to merge one of your data types with a virus and end up with a virus type. Congratulations, you just wasted it, lad. What are you doing? But what an interesting fight. Essentially, what I was getting at was you could get the trade Holy Angemon and then DNA it with um, the trade Wizardmon. What would that get you? Let me think. Wizardmon with Holy Angemon, I'm pretty sure would give you a Patamon. You look like you have slightly more HP. And having a Patamon is actually quite useful because, let's see, Wizardmon would be 19. Um, you can't use the Holy Angemon in combat, so he would be at just base 21. So 21 would be the base, plus 3, so 24. You would be able to go to level 24. There's a toy plane, and we're now professional, allegedly. Okay, send it to the server. Sometimes, so now we have 2 toy planes again. So you can get 3 gift toy planes just playing through the game. There may even be more, come to think of it. But pretty handy to know for those things you really, really need to catch. Okay, now to figure out 24. Those two should be maxing out around the same time, but Akuamon has an extra level on Waymon, so that means I'm going to do this to give Okuamon a head start. And I believe that'll just about do it for today's stream. So we actually have quite a bit of leveling we're going to have to do for clear Agumon, because we have to take him all the way to 21 before we do the next boss, which is fine. It shouldn't take too long now that we have access to Code Domain, which has plenty more mobs that give close to or higher than 200 experience per fight, and have access to our Scissor Claw, which is going to speed things up significantly. And then once we get Waymon back in there, it's going to even more. But let's go ahead and save. So that'll be all for now. Next time we'll do some training and then do a dungeon and then trade for Metal Mamemon. And just have a grand old time. So I hope you enjoy and see you next time.